A quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. The committee is meeting today for consideration of a number of bills. Before we begin that, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry, Greg. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 747 to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Barr. H.R. 1998 to require the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons engaged in piracy and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Jackson of Illinois. H.R. 2635 to support the human rights of Uyghurs and members of other minority groups residing primarily in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and safeguard their distinct identity and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Kim. H.R. 2619 to require a report on sanctions under the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Baumgartner. H.R. 1422 to impose sanctions with respect to persons engaged in logistical transactions and sanctions evasion relating to oil, gas, liquefied natural gas, and related petrochemical products from the Islamic Republic of Iran and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Lawler. H.R. 2503 to require the development of a strategy to eliminate the availability to foreign adversaries of goods and technologies capable of supporting undersea cables and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Kane. H.R. 2683 to provide for control of remote access of items under the Export Control Reform Act of 2018, introduced by Representative Lawler. H.R. 260 to require a strategy to impose financial or material support by foreign countries and non-government organizations to the Taliban and for other purposes, introduced by Representative Burchett. H.R. 2643 to require the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress regarding the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti and impose sanctions on political and economic elites involved in such criminal activities, introduced by Ranking Member Meeks. The Chair announces that requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and I may recess at any point. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on today's measures. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Ranking Member Meeks for any opening statement that he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But just before I turn to the en bloc, I want to raise an issue that I think should concern all of us on both sides of the aisle, and that's our shared responsibility to conduct oversight of the agencies within our jurisdiction. Late last month, the administration notified us of its intent to reorganize USAID, an agency it has already tried to gut. Now, I've sent, and despite sending repeated letters requesting more information, the State Department has failed to respond in a meaningful way. So I know that we may differ on how best to deliver foreign assistance, but we should all agree that Congress has a duty to conduct oversight. And that's why every Democrat on this committee has signed a letter asking you to call Secretary Rubio to testify publicly on this proposed reorganization and to also hold the notification until all of our requests for information are satisfied. So I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that we can work together and you can commit that we will be bringing the Secretary forward to testify sometime in the very, very near future.
Does the Ranking Member yield back?
No, I just want to hope that we can work on that so we can get that done.
Absolutely. I'll respond when I'll let you finish.
So, thank you again. I support the 4 bills in block. Oh, he hasn't called the bills up yet. So,
nope, not quite
I'll
yet.
wait. I'll yield back then at this particular time.
That was just your opening statement. Very good. I now recognize myself for an opening statement and simply to respond to the ranking member. I know Secretary Rubio looks forward to coming before our committee. We've already had Pete Morocco, Director of the Office of Foreign Assistance, right here in this room before our committee, and these and other individuals look forward to joining us as well to speak about the waste, fraud, and abuse that they've been rooting out of agencies and the reconstruction of these agencies for the purpose of creating the best possible command and control for any of these agencies to make sure the maximum accountability for any U.S. taxpayer dollar being sent out the door by the Department of State or any underlying agencies for the purpose of going to foreign countries, foreign NGOs, foreign nonprofit, foreign terrorist organizations, or foreign anything else. And in that, we will now return to consideration. We will begin consideration of an unblocked package of bills. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the measures and their amendments that were circulated in advance, which, without objection, will be considered unblocked, and each measure is considered as read, and the amendments to each are considered as read and are agreed to. And without objection, after remarks, the committee will vote to order the measures favorably. Reported unblocked as amended, if amended. And each measure so amended shall be reported as the single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Reading that, I always feel like I'm in a Monty Python movie because it uses the word amendment so many times. The measures in block packages are, as I already stated, H.R. 747 to oppose sanctions with respect to Chinese producer of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors, and to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl. H.R. 1998 to require the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons engaged in piracy and for other purposes. H.R. 2635 to support human rights of Uyghurs and members of other minority groups residing primarily in the Xinjiang province and for other purposes. H.R. 2503 to require the development of a strategy to eliminate the availability of foreign adversaries of goods and technologies capable of supporting undersea cables and for other purposes. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Meeks again for any opening statement that he may have on the unblocked package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I support the 4 bills on the en bloc, and I want to thank you and the sponsors of each of the bills for working with me to reach bipartisan consensus, working together in that regards. I do want to highlight 2 bills in the en bloc. First, let me acknowledge Representative Jackson's piracy bill, H.R. 1998. Attacks on maritime shipping endanger innocent lives, raise the cost of goods, and destabilize local communities. Unfortunately, they have become more common. Ships traversing the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden now face 2 major threats from the Houthis, who continue to perpetuate piracy on the high seas, and from Somalia pirates, who are plundering and pillaging at rates unseen in a decade. Sanctioning pirates makes sense, and I thank Representative Jackson for his leadership on this bill. I'm also proud co-sponsor of Representative Kim's Uyghur Policy Act, H.R. 2635. This committee has played an important leadership role in pushing for the protection of Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang in the face of genocide and forced labor. But our work isn't done because Beijing's repression isn't done. This is all good, bipartisan bill, and I hope that it serves as a clear signal to the Trump administration about what Congress wants, because thus far, the Trump administration has cut congressionally authorized programs that support human rights in China, including for projects focused on empowering Chinese and Uyghur-related diaspora groups to combat transnational repression and promote religious freedom. And despite the fact that Radio Free Asia helped break the story about China's program of detention, re-education, and forced labor in Xinjiang, this administration is now trying to shutter Radio Free Asia as we speak. So I thank Representative Kim and Representative Berra for their leadership on this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. Do any other members seek recognition? Any Republicans seek recognition first? Representative Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I kind of seek in recognition to see if I can get some questions answered regarding H.R. 1998, which is to require the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons engaged in piracy and for other purposes. I just don't know mechanically how that's going to happen. And so that's why I'm seeking some answers. I don't think anybody on the committee, left or right, supports the piracy generally conducted by the Houthis or those associated with the Houthis, but I don't know if we know these people's names. I don't know if they have anything to sanction. I don't know if we're going to sanction their John boat or their flip-flops or their T-shirts or their AK-47. I don't know if we're going to sanction people in Iran that are supporting the Houthis. So I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you'll engage in a colloquy. Do you understand how this sanction regime is going to work? I'm all for ending the piracy. I just don't literally understand mechanically how this is going to happen.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Perry. I'm free to engage with you.
Yes,
Very
sir.
good. So, is Representative Jackson here right now? You'll be able to obviously speak in a moment about it, but obviously this goes to the administration to go out there and look at any alien that the Secretary deems under the Secretary of Homeland Security has in need of being sanctioned, right? I mean, that's the obvious part of this. The secretaries of these administrations, through our intelligence, will go out there and figure out exactly which individuals, which quite often will be, let's say, classified information because of the sources and methods by which they find these individuals. But just like we're looking at the targeting of individuals kinetically, they will seek individuals in the same way to target with sanctions that maybe won't be targeted kinetically. And so to say that in the best way that I can, not in a classified environment, I hope that answers your question.
So to be clear, would this be sanctions on people supporting piracy that aren't necessarily involved in the piracy itself?
I think this should be looked at as being written in an open way to target anybody that has been a part of these piracy activities.
Okay.
In any way, shape, or form that the administration can say they were financing, they were providing intelligence, they were looking for the targets of opportunity, they were a part of the network of conducting attacks of piracy on the targets of opportunity. In any way, shape, or form, I would consider that the scope of this policy.
All right, now you yield to Representative Jackson.
I'll recognize him in a minute if you're
Yeah.
yielding back.
I'm yielding
Unless
back.
you're trying to have a colloquy with him.
Well, I would like to have a colloquy with Mr. Jackson.
I think we still have, is the clock going? I don't even see the clock going right now, so.
I'm not in charge of the clock, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Somebody didn't start the clock, so we'll make sure we start that from now on. And Representative Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Congressman Perry. Thank you, Congressman Meeks, Chairman. Due to the nature of this is classified information, and it has to deal with primary and secondary sources that are fueling these organizations that are making these attacks. So I would leave it at that. But these came out of briefings. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you for the questions, both of you, and the comments, both of you. Do any other members seek recognition? Where are we looking? We're going to the Democrat side. Representative Almo?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you switched. I didn't even see you switch spaces. There you go. I was busy looking this way.
We move quickly. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful to the opportunity to speak in support of the Uyghur Policy Act of 2025. I'm proud to co-sponsor this piece of legislation. For decades, Uyghurs have been a politically persecuted minority by the Chinese Communist Party. But starting in 2001, the CCP ramped up its authoritarian crackdown, stripping away rights, separating families, and subjecting Uyghurs to inhumane conditions just because of their culture, heritage, and religion. Professor Ilham Tohti is one of the many Uyghur victims suffering at the hands of Xi's regime. Professor Tohti is an economist who has spent his life focused on promoting peaceful relations and mutual understanding. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, he has been horrifically punished for his work. Since 2014, he has been detained as a political prisoner. He has had no contact with his family or loved ones since 2017. In Congress, I am proud to be an advocate for Professor Tohti on Tom Lantos' Human Rights Commission, elevating his story and pushing for his release. It's why I wholeheartedly support the Uyghur Policy Act to help Professor Tohti and other Uyghur prisoners just like him. This bipartisan bill would direct the Secretary of State to work toward the release of political prisoners and hold the Chinese government accountable for their human rights abuses against the Uyghurs. We must speak out against the ongoing human rights abuses in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. This bill is an important step towards fulfilling that obligation and fighting back against China's oppression. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I yield back.
Any other representatives seek recognition? Representative Barr?
Thank you. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 747, included in the en banc. This bill is titled the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act. Mr. Chairman, the fentanyl crisis, as you know, is one of the largest threats to our country and continues to plague so many of our families and neighbors across the United States. Drug overdoses are the leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 45, and fentanyl is responsible for nearly 70% of these deaths. Deaths involving synthetic opioids continued to rise in 2022 with 73,838 overdose deaths. Each one of these is a terrible tragedy. From September 2023 to August 2024, 57,997 Americans died of an opioid overdose. In 2023, 1,984 Kentuckians lost their lives to a drug overdose. Sadly, I've met with many of my constituents who have lost loved ones to this epidemic. Unfortunately, this scourge has spread with the help, the malign help of our greatest strategic threat, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. In just the past 2 years, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, or OFAC, at Treasury sanctioned more than 300 targets for drug trafficking. We know that China has historically been and remains the primary source of fentanyl in global circulation through the production of precursor chemicals and outsourcing final production to cartel laboratories, mainly in Mexico, and then exploitation of our open southern border over the last 4 years. That's why it's paramount to not only secure our southern border, but that this committee pass my legislation being considered here today, H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act, which passed the House on suspension last Congress. My bill amends the Fentanyl Sanctions Act to expand the definition of, quote, foreign opioid trafficker, unquote, to include certain Chinese entities and government officials who fail to take steps to prevent opioid trafficking, subjecting them to sanctions. This bill requires the President to determine whether the heads of the Chinese National Narcotics Control Commission, the Ministry of Public Security, the General Administration of Customs, and the National Medical Products Administration of the Government of the People's Republic of China are foreign opioid traffickers, and we suspect many are. We must attack the production of fentanyl by targeting the source of precursors in China. Make no mistake, Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors and senior government and Chinese political officials' culpability does not end when their precursor products land in Mexico or illegally cross our southern border. We must look at every step of fentanyl's deadly supply chain and hold our adversaries accountable. This is a real, urgent, and massive national security crisis. The threat from China is multifaceted, but there are entities and persons in China who are literally complicit in poisoning and killing Americans. This bill targets the sources of the fentanyl surge, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation once again in a bipartisan way, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Barr. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Dean is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks. I, too, rise in support of Congressman Barr's legislation, H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025. I think it's a very aptly named, numbered bill because I have for a long time called what we are suffering here in this country a jetliner a day of souls who die, who perish every single day. Hundreds of Americans die every single day in my state of Pennsylvania, just like your state and everybody else's. It is a jetliner a day, and we have to do everything we possibly can to land that plane. That's why I thank you, Representative Barr, for this. The opioid crisis continues to ravage my communities. Like you, Representative Barr, I have been to too many funerals. I have visited with too many families who are struggling with young people, not so young people, struggling with addiction. As some of you may know, it's a deeply personal issue for me. My son, Harry, was addicted to opioids and is now, by the grace of God and his own hard work, been in recovery for more than 12 years and is helping others find recovery and also helping others who are dealing with grievous losses. The numbers have gone down recently. I do want to note that. We went from about 110,000 people dying of overdose a year in this country. Think of that number, 110,000 people a year. In the most recent 12-month period, it's down to about 84,000 a year, but that number is so cold. It's 84,000 people dying a year of overdose. We have to continue to find out what is going right, that the numbers are coming down, but how do we bring that number all the way down so that communities and families are not ravaged by these losses? We need to address the crisis from every angle, from ensuring those suffering from substance use disorder have access to needed health care. In my state of Pennsylvania, through Medicaid, 100,000 people are working toward their own recovery through Medicaid. May we not cut Medicaid and the support that they need to thrive, because you can thrive in recovery, as my son is. We need to target all parts of the supply chain, which this bill does, by sanctioning entities that produce synthetic opioid precursors, drop them down here in the United States, then ship them to Mexico only to come back as poison for our communities. So I appreciate Congressman Barr's leadership on this bill and on this issue. I encourage all my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 747. May we land this plane. I yield back.
Representative Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Mix, for holding today's markup and for considering my bipartisan bill, H.R. 2635, the Uyghur Policy Act. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Ami Bera, and again, Ranking Member Mix, for joining me in introducing this bill as original co-sponsors. And I would like to also thank Representative Amo for speaking in support of this bill and sponsoring it as well. Under the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities have been victims to genocide in modern-day concentration camps simply because of their linguistic, cultural, and religious identities. Meanwhile, Uyghur human rights advocates and family members of detainees are intimidated and harassed by the CCP's transnational repression campaigns abroad. The fact that this happens here on U.S. soil is unacceptable. The Uyghur Policy Act directs the Secretary of State to lead and coordinate all U.S. government policies, programs, and projects that support Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minority groups in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It also aims to protect individuals in the Uyghur diaspora community who are subject to the CCP's transnational repression. The Uyghur Policy Act passed the House last Congress with broad bipartisan support. The version we are considering today has common sense edits that also protect Uyghur advocates and diaspora members outside of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and creates a mechanism for them to report incidents of transnational repression. It also incorporates technical changes from the Senate version of the bill. Without authorizing any new funding, the Uyghur Policy Act will equip the U.S. with the tools needed to support the basic human rights and distinct identities of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities who are subject to the CCP's inhumane treatment. I urge my colleague to support this bill and also the unblock that I see many of the bills, including the Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025 introduced by Representative Barr. Thank you so much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Kane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking Chairman Mast for his leadership on this issue and for working alongside me to address these concerns. The Undersea Cable Control Act, H.R. 2503, is a targeted bipartisan effort to protect the U.S. national security and technology by limiting access to undersea cable infrastructure from foreign adversaries, especially the Chinese Communist Party. Undersea cables carry 99% of transoceanic digital traffic, enabling trillions in daily financial transactions, according to the International Cable Protection Committee, and adding $649 billion to the U.S. economy in 2019 alone. They are the digital backbone of the modern global economy, and they are vulnerable. This bill directs Departments of Commerce and State to develop a strategy to eliminate foreign adversaries' access to key technologies used in undersea cables. It also strengthens our export controls, requires transparency and public reporting, and fosters cooperation with allies to safeguard our standards and our infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support the Undersea Cable Control Act, and I thank this committee for considering this important piece of legislation. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Do any other members seek recognition? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I rise in support of this unblocked package, and I want to thank each of the members for their work on these bills on both sides of the aisle. It's important work. I know it's thoughtful, and it's done with a great deal of deliberation. H.R. 747 to stop Chinese fentanyl. It's important that we go out there and as we look at laws, we pay attention to the semantics of what we're doing. And by expanding the definition of who is identified as a foreign opioid trafficker, we are doing something that better enables us to go out there and stop the spread of these opioids across our borders and to combat every individual that's a part of moving these opioids across our borders and distributing them, manufacturing them, selling them. It's an important part of this process for us, and I applaud the work on that piece of legislation. For H.R. 2543, the Undersea Cable Control Act, it is common sense for the United States of America to prevent foreign adversaries from gaining access to items necessary for supporting undersea cable projects. We don't support our adversaries, and if we're supporting our adversaries, then we are being stupid about policy. So I applaud this piece of legislation that's making sure that that is not the case for the United States of America as it relates to undersea cables. H.R. 2635, the Uyghur Policy Act of 2025. It chastises China for the continued repression of Uyghur Muslims and requires them to cease all government-sponsored crackdowns, imprisonments, and detentions of people throughout their aimed areas and repressing these ethnic, cultural, and political and religious identities. As we look at China and we look at other countries across the globe trying to decide whether they want to align with the United States of America and our allies, or China and their allies, it should be a laughable idea for any nation across Latin America or Africa or Europe or anywhere else that they look at the globe and they say, I want to align with China and Xi and Russia and Putin and North Korea and Kim and the Ayatollahs of Iran versus aligning with the United States of America and NATO and EU and Israel and Australia and Japan and our allies and the lifestyles that that the world can clearly see our populations are afforded versus what is afforded by the governments of countries like China and the repression that they conduct on their own people, to include the imprisonment and the detention of these ethnic and cultural groups. And so I applaud the work on this piece of legislation as well. And the final piece of legislation I'll speak on, this unblocked package, the Sanctions Sea Pirates Act of 2025. It needs to be the policy of the United States of America to deter and combat piracy. It's affected us for many years, and this piece of legislation authorizes the president to sanction any foreign persons, any, that's the important word here, that knowingly engage in piracy off the coast of Somalia or in the Gulf of Aden. That's a worthy cause for the United States of America, considering the way that we have been affected by piracy throughout those waters. And again, I just want to applaud each of the members for their work on these pieces of legislation. And There being no, do any other members seek recognition, first of all? Very good. There being no further discussion, does any member wish to offer an amendment to the unblocked package? There being no amendments, the committee will proceed to consider the noticed items on block. Pursuant to the previous order, the question occurs on the measures unblock as amended, if amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the measures considered unblock are agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to the previous order, each measure is ordered favorably reported as amended, if amended, and each measure so amended shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Thank you. Very good. I'll give you that one. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2619, No Paydays for Hostage Takers Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2619, to require a report on sanctions.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Almo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Iran's hostage-taking diplomacy is an affront to international law, respectable state conduct, and human decency. There must be consequences for such actions and a strategy to combat this malign policy and bring our people home. Balancing these equities is not easy and it's not simple. That's why we need a plan, and that's why I support this bill. Look, there are some things that I would like to see changed in this bill. I'm worried that some language in the text would undermine long-standing treaty obligations that the United States has upheld for decades under both Democratic and Republican administrations. I want to make sure that we uphold our sovereign obligations during this period of uncertainty and unsteadiness. We also need to balance freedom to travel with national interests. When we negotiated this bill last Congress, Ranking Member Meeks secured some changes to the text, which did not necessarily fix all of his concerns, but represented a reasonable compromise for achieving bipartisan legislation. And so we look forward to further discussing this bill with its new sponsor, Representative Baumgartner, alongside Chairman Mast, and will vote yes to advance this legislation at this time. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Baumgartner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be clear. This bill is about stopping the business model of hostage-taking and illicit arms dealing. Iran is running a criminal enterprise, kidnap Americans, hold them for years, and then cash in when a deal is made. Every time we send money, even with conditions, we tell them that the scam works. Well, that stops now. This bill upends this practice, and we say something else loud and clear. If you're a terrorist or a WMD proliferator under U.S. sanctions, you don't get to stroll into New York and play diplomat. That kind of hypocrisy ends here. I'm proud to stand with colleagues on both sides of the aisle who know that American lives aren't bargaining chips and that real deterrence means real consequences. I thank you for this, hearing this bill, Mr. Chair, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Baumgartner. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank Representative Baumgartner for his work on this piece of legislation. It's important, one, to just acknowledge what's taking place, provide findings and statements of policy acknowledging what the Iranian regime's long history of hostage-taking and wrongful detention of U.S. nationals has done, when it has taken place, how it has taken place, and as a result, recognize what we need to do to combat that. Various sections of this bill I find specifically important. Section 6, which requires the president to provide to Congress an itemized list of blocked or frozen assets belonging to Iranian persons globally, with a valuation of more than $10,000. I look forward to reading that list. Section 7, which urges the administration to carry out coordinated international efforts to find, freeze, seize, and confiscate assets of individuals and entities who have been sanctioned for involvement in Iran's hostage-taking. This is how we fight back. This is one of the ways, one of the tools in our tool chest to fight back, and I look forward to seeing this piece of legislation pass. I will conclude my comments there and ask if there's any further discussion on the bill since I've spoken. We're not to amendment. Do you have an amendment? I heard that, but we're not quite to amendments yet, so we'll get to you. There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move for consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Jacobs is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2619, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
Without
Strike.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm incredibly proud that San Diego has a strong, vibrant diaspora community, including from Iran. Annually, tens of thousands of Americans travel to Iran to reunite with relatives, to celebrate milestones, and to maintain the familial bonds that distance and politics stretch but never break. That's why I find Section 9 of H.R. 2619, which says that the Secretary of State should invalidate U.S. passports for travel to, in, or through Iran, to be so concerning. Restricting the freedom of movement of ordinary families in the U.S. doesn't make any sense and doesn't strengthen our national security. The State Department has already recognized and warned Americans of the risks of traveling to Iran, like kidnapping, detention, or instability. Instead of imposing punitive restrictions on our citizens, we should enhance our strategies to protect them. Rather than an outright ban, my amendment would direct the State Department to report to Congress the current dangers associated with travel to Iran, assess the efficacy of existing advisories, and propose enhanced measures for communicating risks and protecting our citizens abroad. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which upholds our core values while working to protect Americans abroad. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any member seek recognition?
Sure.
Representative Baumgartner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend that we oppose this amendment. The U.S. Secretary of State has the authority to restrict travel based on risks. This is precisely what we've seen done across both Republican and Democratic administrations for countries with similar track records of hostage-taking, like North Korea. These authorities are clearly outlined in the findings this amendment seeks to cut. I oppose this amendment, which clearly seeks to downplay the regime's longstanding track record of taking American citizens hostage. The Iranian regime is threatening to take even more hostages as tensions with the U.S. over their nuclear program rise. Our government needs to be proactive to address this risk, not reactive, and we should oppose this amendment. Yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Almo is recognized.
Chairman, I support Representative Jacobs's amendment. This amendment addresses the concerns I previously shared about restrictions on Americans' freedom of movement, where the Secretary of State to take the step to invalidate U.S. passports for travel to Iran. I appreciate the serious risks that U.S. travelers to Iran may encounter and have welcomed the State Department's Level 4 travel advisory warning Americans not to travel to Iran due to the risk of kidnapping, the arbitrary arrest and detention of U.S. citizens, and the danger of civil unrest. I also welcome efforts to expand indicators in its travel advisories specifically related to the risk of wrongful detention abroad. But it is not a small thing to potentially limit the freedom of movement of thousands of Americans, including Iranian Americans with loved ones in Iran, by invalidating U.S. passports for travel to Iran. So I support Representative Jacobs's amendment, which asks only for precisely what we need here: a more detailed understanding of the imminent danger to public health or physical safety of U.S. travelers to Iran, what the State Department is doing to communicate travel risk, and what more it needs to do so effectively. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? recognize myself. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Section 9 specifically of the bill proposed maintains authority to restrict the use of United States passports for travel to use in countries or areas that the Secretary has deemed is a country or area in which there is an imminent danger to the public health safety of United States travelers. This is something that in 2017, the Secretary of State declared United States passports invalid for travel to in North Korea. This was reaffirmed for North Korea in 2023. It is the sense of Congress that the Secretary of State should declare United States passports invalid for travel to, in, and through Iran due to the imminent dangers that we know exist and that are fluid on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. We see these threats not going away, but certainly morphing on a daily basis, and we see that certainly as demonstrated as a result of the individuals detained there. There is absolutely an imminent threat, and I do again say that I rise in opposition to this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time to myself, I guess. And is there any further discussion on this amendment? All right. Thank you. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
And the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Thank you. There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this measure are postponed. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1422, the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act of 2025. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1422, to impose sanctions with respect to persons engaged in civil transactions.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the law or amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on this bill?
Yep. Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Iranian oil trade and the regime's massive profits from it must be shut down immediately. Iran has made billions of dollars from its oil trade, with revenue skyrocketing due to the Biden administration's failure to enforce meaningful sanctions. Under 4 years of President Biden alone, Iran brought in more than $200 billion in oil profits. Let me be clear. Iran's oil revenues directly finance its brutal oppression at home, uranium enrichment and missile development programs, and its proxy terrorism across the Middle East and around the globe. This money flows to the world's most dangerous terrorists in the Middle East and around the world, including Hamas, the PIJ, the Houthis, and more. Last week, witnesses testified before this committee that the IRGC and Quds Force control nearly half of Iran's oil exports. This clearly demonstrates the close ties between Iran's oil industry and its proxy terror operations. If I have anything to say about it, this revenue stream will be terminated. My bill before us today, the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act, will give the Trump administration the tools it needs to end the Iranian oil trade once and for all. It presents enablers of this trade with a clear choice: stop doing business with Iranian oil or lose access to U.S. dollars, our markets, and all the benefits that come along with that access. This legislation places secondary sanctions on additional entities enabling Iran's oil exports, including foreign banks facilitating transactions, insurers backing tankers transporting Iranian oil, shipping registries, and pipeline developers. We are determined to dismantle this illicit trade from every angle. Iran's oil trade survives only because a network of enablers chooses profit over principle, willingly supporting a regime that sponsors terrorism. This bill ensures their days are numbered. Without these enablers, the regime's oil operation will collapse, and that's what we're counting on. This bill makes clear its U.S. policy to rigorously enforce sanctions against all entities involved in the illicit oil trade, and it will be a huge step to get there and make this policy a reality. I strongly support this bill because it's essential to fully implement our maximum pressure campaign against Iran. I'm proud to have worked on this bipartisan legislation alongside my colleague and Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee Ranking Member Sheila Sherfless McCormick, and urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this bill today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the ANS by Representative Lawler. You know, in a bipartisan way, this committee is acutely aware of the nefarious activities of Iran and the need to starve them of the funding required to operate their illicit nuclear program and support their terrorist proxies. With Iran so close to having enough highly enriched uranium for multiple nuclear bombs, we must move quickly. We know that China is helping Iran by purchasing Iranian oil and gas despite current primary sanctions. This legislation bolsters current law by tactically increasing the scope of sanctions to address ongoing Iran-China sanctions evasion by adding authorities to sanction and bank or foreign financial institutions, insurance provider, flagging registry, pipeline construction, or operation facility for liquefied natural gas that supports this illegal trade. I would like to thank the bill sponsors, Mr. Lawler, for working with us to make this a responsible sanctions package by including a national security waiver, a humanitarian waiver, and a waiver for the safety of the ship's crew. And I ask this committee to help us maintain these provisions as the legislation moves through a future conference process. Again, I support this amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1422 and ask for its passage, and I yield the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Sherfless McCormick is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for considering my bipartisan bill, H.R. 422, the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act. I also want to thank Congressman Lawler for partnering with me in advancing this bipartisan bill. One of the main tools to help curb Iran's development of nuclear weapons and its continued funding of its terrorist proxies is sanctions. The United States must take all necessary measures to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and to halt its support for terrorism. The Enhanced Iranian Sanctions Act strengthens sanctions on foreign entities enabling Iran's illicit oil trade. This legislation is about protecting American interests, defending our allies, and standing firm against a regime that threatens global security. But it also is a statement of our values. We believe in freedom, in democracy, and in the right of people everywhere to live life without fear of state violence. This is not about abandoning democracy or diplomacy. On the contrary, we know that diplomacy is strongest when backed by leverage. This bill helps restore that leverage. We also ensure that this legislation includes humanitarian protections because we do not and will not punish the Iranian people for the actions of their government. This is a targeted approach that strikes at the heart of the regime's ability to fund terror and repression without closing the door to engagement, if and when Iran is ready for that course. This bipartisan legislation will tighten sanctions on Iranian oil, a crucial source of its revenue for the regime, enhancing the security of the United States and our regional allies, including Israel. I want to thank my colleagues, over 175 of them, who have co-sponsored this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the sponsors and the authors of this bill, Representative Lawler, Representative Sherfless McCormick. This is common sense legislation. It supports the president's maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Iran has absolutely been an enemy of the United States of America for many decades. They've killed my friends, our service members on the battlefield. They've attacked our allies in attack after attack after attack. This bill authorizes the sanctions on foreign persons engaged in refining, processing, transferring, or selling oil, condensates, petroleum, petrochemical, or products from Iran, which is the main funding arm for Iran to support their terrorist activities. So I applaud this work, and I support this piece of legislation, rise in support of it. And in that, is there any further discussion on this? All right. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Representative Lawler, you are recognized. The clerk shall distribute the Lawler amendment in the nature of a substitute. While they are distributing the Lawler amendment in the nature of a substitute, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1422, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, the ranking member of the Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee, Representative Sheila Sherfless McCormick, as well as the ranking member of this entire committee, the Representative Gregory Meeks of New York, for working with us to make this a bipartisan bill to address some of the concerns of my colleagues. And so I'm happy to introduce this amendment so that we can advance this bill forward with broad bipartisan support. And I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other representatives seek recognition? Representative Meeks is recognized.
I support the amendment and thank Mr. Lawler for working with us. It matches what we have talked about, a good bipartisan bill. So thank you, Mr. Lawler. You back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. I too rise in support of the amendment in nature of substitute. Do any other members seek recognition? Thank you. That one's okay. There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Lawler amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none. Thank you. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Lawler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further discussion on amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 1422 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of reporting to the House with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a roll call vote? Oh, sorry.
Yes, a roll call vote has been requested, and pursuant to the previous announcement, this vote will be postponed.
Yeah, sorry.
You want to take yes for an answer?
Yes. Sure, yes, I withdraw my request.
Very good. A roll call vote is not requested. Without objection, no roll call vote. So ordered. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. And we'll pull up the next piece of legislation. Thank you. I'll give you these.
What am I
You're
doing?
welcome.
Same thing?
And I'll give you this one. All right, pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2683, the Remote Access Security Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2683 to provide for control of remote access for items under the.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to extend my thanks to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their partnership on this critical national security legislation. Today, China represents one of our nation's greatest geopolitical threats. The Chinese Communist Party actively undermines our security by stealing intellectual property, launching cyber attacks, and exploiting every loophole possible to gain access to cutting-edge U.S. technology. Their goal is clear: to surpass the U.S. economically and militarily, and they're willing to do whatever it takes, including using our own technology, against us. We cannot stand idle and allow that to happen. Right now, our export control policies have a significant loophole that puts America's security at risk. China is working tirelessly to exploit our advanced technology, and it's clear why we need immediate action. U.S. export control policies are governed by the Export Control Reform Act of 2018, or ECRA, which empowers the Bureau of Industry and Security to restrict sensitive technologies from falling into adversarial hands. Under this law, export controls apply specifically to the export, re-export, or in-country transfer of controlled items. Unfortunately, existing authorities don't cut it anymore. Today, as technology has developed rapidly in the last few years, many sensitive technologies can be accessed remotely through cloud services. As a result, companies aligned with the Chinese Communist Party have been exploiting remote access loopholes and are using American technology to advance their AI development, military capabilities, and potentially much worse. As threats evolve, our laws must evolve to keep pace. The Remote Access Security Act clearly defines remote access and adds remote access provisions straight into ECRA, empowering BIS with the authority to extend existing export controls to cloud-based technologies. We collaborated directly with BIS to craft tight, effective language to close this loophole, and we worked in a bipartisan manner because protecting American technology and our national security is a priority for us all. Our goal here is clear, and it is to end the exploitation of our export controls swiftly and effectively. I urge all of my colleagues here and in the Senate to move quickly to pass this legislation into law. And I want to thank some of my co-sponsors, co-leads on this, Brad Sherman of California, Jasmine Crockett of Texas, and Rich McCormick of Georgia. And this is something that has broad support, including from the chair and the ranking member of the China Select Committee, as well as the chair and ranking member of the South and Central Asia subcommittees in this Congress and this committee. So I thank Chairman Mast for allowing this bill to come to the markup and look forward to its passage. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
You weren't recognized, but you stated it anyways. The clerk shall distribute the Lawler amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2683, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative Lawler is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this amendment is an effort to address some concerns from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and make sure that this bill is bipartisan and has strong bipartisan support as we seek to crack down on China's efforts to use U.S. technology against us. So I thank my colleagues for working with me and look forward to its passage. I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks is recognized.
I support the A&S I support the A&S by Representative Lawler. The Biden administration imposed unprecedented semiconductor export controls against China in October of 2022 and tightened those controls in 2023, 2024, and 2025. Since the initial controls, PRC companies and others have been trying to find workarounds to circumvent these safeguards. One search avenue has been assessing chips remotely via cloud computing. For instance, in 2023, the Financial Times reported that some PRC artificial intelligence companies were skirting U.S. controls to access high-end U.S. chips through the use of cloud providers. The bill in front of us today provides the Bureau of Industry and Security the statutory authority to control not just the physical export of technology, but also remote access to it. The bill amends the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to add a definition of remote access and provides authority to control remote access items. I want to thank Chairman Mast and Representative Lawler for working with me on this bipartisan A&S, and I was able to secure some important changes that make the bill stronger. First, we require national security justification for any new regulations, consistent with the version of the bill that passed the House last Congress. We also added a congressional consultation section to ensure that this committee is informed about new regulations in a timely manner so that we can conduct proper oversight. So I support this measure, and I urge all of my colleagues to do so, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the representatives for their work on this bill and this amendment in the nature of a substitute. It's important. It closes a loophole in our Export and Control Reform Act of 2018 by amending the law and adding the term remote access, something that wasn't considered appropriately at the time. This bill provides a definition for remote access and reassurances to innocent companies that they're not going to be held liable for an export control violation if they are hacked. And it ensures that Congress is kept fully informed of any anticipated regulations of remote access items. And so, again, I want to thank the members for their work on this piece of legislation. Again, do any other members seek recognition before I close this out? No? There being no further discussion, do any other members wish to offer an amendment to the Lawler amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Lawler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Very good. No roll call vote has been requested.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll get there. Representative Lawler, hold on one moment. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report on H.R. 2683 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of moving it to the House with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
I request a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. And on to the next piece of legislation.
I'll take all this way. Next bill.
Thank you. Ready? All right. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 260, No Tax Dollars for Terrorist Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 260 to require a strategy to oppose financial or material support by foreign countries and non-governmental organizations to the Taliban and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Burchett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, H.R. 260, focuses on three main issues. And this bill was brought to my attention by Navy SEAL Sean Ryan and a friend of his, Legend, who goes by that name because of his death threats. He's he's an Afghani that fought on our side. It does three things, Mr. Chairman. Keeps financial and material support out of the hands of the Taliban. Number two, reports on cash assistance programs. And three, reporting on the Afghan Fund and the Afghan Central Bank. Since December of 2021, Mr. Chairman, the United States has sent over $5 billion in cash to Kabul. This money has been taxed and stolen by the Taliban, yet we continue to send it, oddly enough. And that definitely needs to end. The State Department needs to ensure that any dadgum aid, whether financial or material, does not go to terrorists in Afghanistan. We need to have a clearer understanding of the influence the Taliban has on not just international aid, but the Afghan banking system as well. They will hate us for free, Mr. Chairman. When this bill was originally introduced at the end of 2023, it did not mention non-governmental organizations or NGOs in Afghanistan. However, our understanding of the reality on the ground has changed. During a hearing last year, former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken admitted that over $10 million had been paid to the Taliban. Contacts within Taliban resistance forces have provided me with a different narrative. According to them, nearly all of the cash and aid sent to Afghanistan ends up in the hands of the Taliban. It is time we know what is going on and implement a strategy to make sure this aid goes to those who need it. I want to thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in the last Congress, I was very pleased to work with Mr. Burchett, my friend, to negotiate a bipartisan agreement on this bill passed through committee, unanimously. And it passed the House on the House floor under suspension of the rules. Earlier this month, I also agreed with the majority to send this bill straight to the floor for consideration. Unfortunately, the bill sponsor would not agree. And instead, the text we have before us does not include any of the bipartisan changes we had previously negotiated. I intend to seek amendments to improve this legislation and restore many of the safeguards that have been removed. I believe the history of this legislation shows our willingness to negotiate in good faith on this issue. Oversight of U.S. policy and assistance in Afghanistan does not have to be a partisan topic. We've long shared bipartisan support for Afghan allies who stood with us during our war effort in Afghanistan, and for vulnerable groups, especially women and girls, and for the need to conduct rigorous oversight of our spending in the country. It is the Trump administration who is threatening to upend that consensus. The administration has moved to shutter key programs supporting our Afghan allies. Just last week, in the dead of the night, the Trump administration appears to have unilaterally terminated more than $560 million in humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan, in contravention of appropriations law and without any consultation or briefing with Congress, despite numerous requests. So how does risking a humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan advance U.S. national security? How does abandoning vulnerable Afghans or undercutting NGOs helping the most vulnerable serve our interests? These are serious questions that demand absence. So in the absence of amendments, my personal judgment is to oppose this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. Do any other representatives seek recognition? Representative Self is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a simple question on page 4 of the bill. The Secretary of State, in consultation with the Administrator of USAID, I just want to make sure that that reads correctly in light of the recent changes. Thank you.
Which line are you reading?
I'm looking at line 22 on page 4.
Say that again, line what?
Line 22
Line
on
22.
page 4.
Very good. One moment, Mr. Self. Okay. Is that changed in the ANS? Okay. Very good. So you'll add an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute then, correct? You will add an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Yeah, good. Right? Okay. Or you could do an amendment. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Self. There is an error there, and it will be corrected in terms of a technical change when it comes to the floor. Does that satisfy your question? Do you yield back?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Self. I appreciate it. Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. This bill, it requires the Department of State to develop and implement a strategy to discourage foreign countries and non-government organizations, NGOs, from providing financial and material support to the Taliban. That's important for the United States of America. We don't have an embassy there. We don't have diplomatic relations with the Taliban, and they are a terrorist organization. This includes by using U.S.-provided foreign assistance to discourage countries and organizations from providing support to the Taliban. We don't want American tax dollars in any way, shape, or form going to the Taliban. And my colleague, Mr. Meeks, pointed out that this was a bill that was discussed in the last Congress. And one of the things that I would point out, and I strongly encourage discussion with your members about any consideration of voting no on this as we come to this as a recorded vote later. Because in the last Congress, that was negotiated months before there was a CIGAR report released that spoke of their groundbreaking findings about how taxpayer dollars were benefiting the Taliban through NGOs, number one. And number two, just how many NGOs refused to even speak to CIGAR and talk about what they were using dollars for. That negotiation took place before that as one of the things that should be discussed about any consideration of possibly voting no on this bill. It is important for us that we have transparency where our dollars are going or not going. I would agree with you, and that includes through NGOs, and especially NGOs that are working with the Taliban. And that concludes my remarks for this. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Representative Meeks is recognized. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 260, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Strike
Without
all.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Representative Meeks is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment is actually very simple. It is the version of the bill which passed this committee in a unanimous recorded vote and the House by a voice vote in the last Congress. It restores a number of the changes that I believe keep the legislation focused on its intended purpose, to curb genuine financial and military and material support for the Taliban. For example, it clarifies that the bill applies only to assistance that is inconsistent with U.S. law policy. Without that kind of clarifying language, a foreign partner who is doing exactly what Republicans say they want other countries to do, step up to share foreign assistance burdens with the United States. could be cited in this report. This amendment also ensures implementing partners are not put at risk by the report on cash assistance, makes technical changes that would make the bill more realistic to implement, and prevents reports or strategies which continue indefinitely. Another long-standing Republican pet peeve. These are common sense fixes that I believe we could have made before this markup, just as we did in the last Congress. Nevertheless, I hope that my colleagues would once again unanimously support this language, and then we can start moving and trying to have a bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Olszewski is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to applaud you and this committee for bringing forward a slate of bills that are, I believe, will have strong bipartisan support today, because I do believe our approach to foreign policy should be rooted in bipartisanship whenever possible. That's why I am speaking in strong support of Ranking Member Meeks' amendment, which would reaffirm this committee's commitment to bipartisanship. As the ranking member has already stated, Democrats and Republicans came together last Congress to overwhelmingly pass a negotiated and bipartisan bill. That included critical protections for NGOs providing humanitarian assistance in vulnerable areas that may be under control of the Taliban. I'm concerned this bill's new reporting requirements will threaten the safety of international aid workers. Afghanistan continues to be one of the most violent countries for aid workers. Dozens have lost their lives. Many more risk kidnapping, sexual assault, and other forms of violence. We should be protecting these life-saving workers, not exposing them to additional risks. To be clear, we should be doing everything we can to ensure taxpayer dollars are not being diverted or misused by the Taliban. However, with 23 million people in Afghanistan, roughly half its population requires humanitarian assistance. So we should not take lightly this life or death impact of any disruption of U.S. foreign assistance for those living under the Taliban's repressive rule. Apart from the material changes to the bill, I want to beat the drum again that rejecting this amendment is abandoning a bill negotiated last Congress that secured unanimous committee approval before advancing to the House floor and passing under suspension. Foreign affairs need not be a partisan issue. It is about safeguarding American interests and promoting global stability. So again, I know our markup to date and the success of this bill in last Congress shows that we can negotiate and work together to find these bipartisan wins. I urge my colleagues to reject that approach and return to the bipartisan framework being offered by the ranking member so that our committee and our country may continue to be served well. I urge my colleagues to vote and support this amendment, and I yield back.
Do any other representatives seek recognition? Representative Burchett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand this amendment is a copy of the legislation that passed our committee last Congress, but I oppose the amendment for a couple of reasons. First, since the previous bill's introduction in 2023, we have been made aware of seriously concerning activity as it relates to how the Taliban treats non-governmental organizations, or NGOs. Now, we know about 70%, Mr. Chairman, of the aid work being done in Afghanistan is done by NGOs. They should absolutely be included in this legislation. Small NGOs do not have the protection of an organization like the United Nations. Everybody knows that. And if the State Department is to implement a strategy to keep tax dollars out of the hands of the Taliban, NGOs should have that protection. They should have that protection. Now, here's the fact that you need to listen to. Also, it's estimated there are around 1,000 NGOs operating in Afghanistan today, 1,000. We need to know who these groups are that are receiving our tax dollars. Secondly, there is a weekly influx of cash being sent to Kabul. Anti-Taliban contacts tell me approximately $40 million in cash is flown to Afghanistan weekly. That's American taxpayers' dollars. In November of 2022 alone, $280 million was flown to Kabul. This year, over $200 million has been delivered. This cash is deposited into the Afghanistan International Bank, and then it's transferred to Afghanistan Central Bank. Afghanistan Central Bank is currently under control of the Taliban. I don't trust the Taliban to properly distribute $40 million every week only to aid workers. I don't see how anybody can on either side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman. The State Department must move quickly to end this practice, which is why the reporting timeline has been shortened compared to last Congress's version of the bill. Every week, Mr. Chairman, is $40 million that we cannot account for going to the Taliban. I would sincerely urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. And I rise in opposition to this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and would again encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to rise against this amendment, because there has been an important change that has taken place to what is the meatiest part of this amendment, and that addresses whether NGOs are or are not included in who will be reported on. If there are dollars going out the door from an American taxpayer to a foreign country, foreign NGO, foreign adversary, foreign terrorist organization, of which, when we're talking about the Taliban, it's pretty much all of the above, the American people deserve to know, and their representatives deserve to know, where are those dollars going? Not, the alternative is, literally, this amendment is asking that we cover our eyes and say, I don't want to know where that money's going. It's going to an NGO. I'm covering my eyes. I'm covering my ears. Don't tell me who's spending the money and what they're actually spending the money on. That is what the request of this ANS is, especially in light of, again, what I mentioned previously. There was a CIGAR report that came out, a Special Investigator General on Afghanistan, that released their groundbreaking report on the tens of millions of dollars that were spent by NGOs going directly to the Taliban. That's not disputed. That's something that was actually taking place. Tens of millions of dollars of American taxpayer dollars going directly to the Taliban. And beyond that, the fact that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of NGOs that wouldn't even report to the Special Investigator General about what they were doing. Basically saying, no, I'm not going to tell you, or here's a middle finger, or here's whatever. Sorry, we're not going to let you know what it is that we're doing. Go pound sand. That's what's changed since the previous negotiation and what's being put forward right now in this amendment in the nature of a substitute. There was no CIGAR report at that time to this moment right now. And in my opinion, that is undoubtedly the most important and the meatiest part of why to oppose this ANS and to go with the Burchett version of this bill, because we deserve that accountability of where those dollars are going. And it would be wholly irresponsible for any of us to say, again, I'm going to cover my eyes, I'm going to cover my ears. Don't tell me what NGOs those dollars are going to, and don't tell me what those NGOs are doing with those dollars, and don't tell the NGOs that they have to report back to us about what's going on there. And it really begs even a further question, which is, if it's a non-government organization, why are they receiving dollars from the government? That's an even bigger question, but I suggest that be addressed at a different time. Again, I'll make these points. CIGAR found that the Taliban had received tens of millions of dollars, American taxpayer dollars, via NGOs operating in Afghanistan. Fact. Unfortunately, we do not have a list of those NGOs. Hasn't been given to us. This legislation would change that. The U.S. has turned a blind eye to NGOs and foreign countries propping up the Taliban regime, and that's going to change. And for far too long, these NGOs have carried out misguided programming that enables the Taliban to strengthen their grip on the country. And again, the worst part of that is that there has been no transparency about it from the State Department. And in fact, I think ignoring, really, in many cases, what was that CIGAR report. So that concludes my comments on this amendment in the nature of a substitute, which I recommend a no vote on. Do any other members seek recognition? All right. No other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nay, no, I'm sorry, I'm a no. I'm used to saying aye. You almost got me. All those in favor, let's try this one more time. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Representative is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to address a grave and, I'm sorry, you're going to distribute the amendment.
We'll get to that in one moment. There we go. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 260 offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts. Page 3.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to address a grave and pressing issue, the Taliban's systematic oppression of women, girls, and Afghan nationals who courageously served alongside U.S. forces during our mission in Afghanistan. My amendment ensures that the State Department remains focused on a strategy to support these vulnerable groups, support for which has, for years, had strong bipartisan support within this committee. I firmly believe that it's critical the U.S. continues to deprive the Taliban of the financial resources it desires and ensures that foreign governments are not materially supporting the so-called Taliban government. That's why in the last Congress I supported a bipartisan version of this legislation that Ranking Member Meeks has introduced as an amendment in the nature of a substitute. I had hoped that there'd be bipartisan consensus on that matter. Yet, the Taliban's resurgence in Afghanistan poses significant threats to U.S. counterterrorism and human rights issues. In particular, the Taliban's continued persecution of women and girls and their targeting of Afghans who bravely supported the United States throughout the war is despicable and necessitates congressional action. Since retaking Afghanistan, the Taliban has imposed draconian measures that have effectively erased women from public life. Last year, the Taliban enacted new vice and virtue laws requiring women to fully cover their bodies, including their faces, in public. These laws also prohibit women from speaking or having their voices heard outside their homes. Afghanistan remains the only country where girls are banned from education beyond the 6th grade. This denial not only violates their basic rights, but also has far-reaching consequences for the country's development and stability. At the same time, the Taliban are hunting down the interpreters, guides, and support staff who are indispensable to our operations in Afghanistan, often placing themselves and their families in grave danger to assist our troops. We must honor our commitments to support and protect these heroes. This is why I strongly support expediting special immigration visas and advocating for the International Organization for Migration Refuge Progressing Center that was established in Pakistan. My amendment ensures that any State Department strategy to counter the Taliban includes consideration of the groups that most need our support: women, girls, and our Afghan allies who risk their lives for us. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks is recognized.
I support the Keating Amendment. Support for the Afghans who fought and worked alongside the United States in Afghanistan, as well as Afghan women and girls who have faced sustained oppression under the Taliban, have long been areas of strong bipartisan agreement. This amendment will ensure the department regularly reports on how the administration is advancing those important goals. There have been reports that the administration is considering dismantling the care office at the state that leads Afghan relocations. Despite a bipartisan law that I was proud to work with Ms. Titus and Mr. Bard and Chairman McCall to enact in the last Congress to formally authorize care. and the Office of the Special Envoy for Afghan Women and Girls. The department has not been responsive to requests to provide additional information on these changes. Supporting Mr. Keating's amendment will send a message that these congressional priorities are too important for the administration to neglect. Yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. The Burchett bill requires that there be a strategy, development of a strategy to discourage foreign countries and non-government organizations from providing financial and material support to the Taliban. That's the purpose of this bill. I want to thank my colleagues on the other side for working with us to come to a conclusion on an amendment that I can support. And this amendment, what it would do is it would insert the following about strategy. The strategy shall include efforts to support Afghan women and girls who are suffering under the Taliban edicts in a way that, as the purpose of this bill states, does not support the Taliban, and efforts to relocate eligible, fully vetted, at-risk Afghans and Afghan allies located inside and outside of Afghanistan to the United States or third countries. And I think those are very important things to mention. It has to be in a way that does not support the Taliban. And as we look at individuals moving out of their country of origin, they have to be fully vetted. So I do rise in support of this amendment. I want to thank my colleagues across both sides of the aisle for working with this, and the author of the bill as well. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Baumgartner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm encouraged by those words and would like to support the amendment as well, too. When I worked in Helmand Province off base in southern Afghanistan, I still remember hiring our first female Afghan employee on our counter-narcotics team and the threats that she went through from the Taliban. To have that position and still remember talking to her husband and the cultural aspects of her working for us. We still have, my wife and I have been successful in working with other Americans to get a number of our Afghan counterparts we worked with into the U.S. who are targeted by the Taliban, but there are still a number of our team members who are in Afghanistan and Pakistan and at risk of retribution. So I very much support the underlying aims of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Very good. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 260, offered by Ms. Kamala Gurdeb of California. Page
Without
4.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My primary concern is that this legislation is unfortunately out of sync with the administration's changing foreign policy and international assistance posture toward Afghanistan. I agree with the sponsor that it is incredibly important for international assistance to be supporting the people of Afghanistan and not bad actors like the Taliban. But I don't know if this bill's focus is still relevant, given that the administration has eliminated our foreign assistance tools and appears to have terminated all remaining humanitarian awards in Afghanistan just this past weekend. Ending these life-saving programs that previously received waivers rips away a lifeline for the most vulnerable Afghans. Additionally, if the goal of the bill is to increase oversight of potential avenues of support for the Taliban, I think it's important to include the administration's growing engagement with the Taliban in the past month. In a move that gave up an important source of U.S. leverage, the administration lifted $20 million in bounties on the leaders of the Haqqani Network, a designated foreign terrorist organization that is responsible for some of the highest profile and deadliest attacks on Americans. If the administration is making concessions to the Taliban, Congress must be informed and consulted about what, if anything, we are receiving in return. There has been a bipartisan consensus that any easing of U.S. pressure on the Taliban should be tied to meaningful progress on the rights of Afghan women and girls who suffer the greatest gender-based persecution on this planet. The administration should not change that policy without providing a justification to Congress and an opportunity for congressional input. My amendment would bring Congress into the conversation on the most recent developments in the administration's Afghanistan policy, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks is recognized.
I support the amendment. I've long maintained that we should not be afraid to talk with the Taliban when it is in our interest to do so on issues like terrorism or the wrongful detention of Americans. But removing the bounties from Hayaki, however you pronounce it, is a major step that we should only make in exchange for significant concessions from the Taliban and after discussions with Congress. Thus far, the department has failed to respond to the committee's request for more information on this matter, so I believe mandating a report on this is concerning and unilateral foreign policy decisions is an appropriate step. Yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I rise in support of this amendment. The Haqqanis are a notorious terrorist organization who are guilty of killing American service members, my friends. Despite their efforts to rehabilitate themselves as Taliban officials, I don't know how much of a rehabilitation that is, but we'll say that that's what's taking place. The Haqqani network is still a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, and they should be treated as such. The administration has the right to remove individuals from the Rewards for Justice program, and we believe that they should be accountable for Congress for these decisions that are being made. And that is why we have in fact sent a letter as well to the Secretary of State asking for answers and responses about why the Haqqani network has been removed. So I do urge my colleagues to support this amendment and would ask again, do any other members seek recognition? Representative Burchett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support this amendment. I want to thank my friend for presenting this. And I would also like to add that my friend Legend, who is the Afghan that goes by the code name Legend, had asked us to implement something of this sort. So I really appreciate my friend across the aisle and her heartfelt efforts on this. So thank you, ma'am.
Do any other members seek recognition? Was that you, Representative Olszewski, or just? Very good. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kumlager-Dove. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say to Congressman Burchett, you know, there was a movie made about your friend, right? I Am Legend. Ha ha.
I believe that was Will Smith. I'm not, but no, that was the zombies were taking over. That was a great movie, though. It was actually a remake of a Charlton Heston movie. But anyway, we can talk about that later. But
I don't mind going down this rabbit hole. It's okay.
I'm looking to my fashion consultant, Chairman Meeks, for a little help here.
What's the? Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask for its consideration, please.
Very good. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 260 offered by Ms. Johnson, page 4, line 17, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment requires a report to Congress from the Secretary of State in consultation with USAID Administrator on the firing of John Sopko, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan and Reconstruction, and its effort on the oversight of the United States to Afghanistan. The Office of Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction was created on a bipartisan basis by Congress in 2008 to provide independent and objective oversight of Afghanistan reconstruction projects and activities. Throughout its 16-year existence, SIGAR has routinely provided detailed information on all obligations, expenditures, and revenues relating to U.S. involvement in Afghanistan, including most notably the Afghanistan Papers, which gave the American people a brutally honest view of the state of the war in Afghanistan in 2009. Though the changing dynamics in Afghanistan, SIGAR's comprehensive oversight prevented any potential duplication of efforts, assessed programs across all agencies involved, and provided best judgment on risks that could expose U.S. assistance to potential waste, fraud, and abuse, mismanagement, or mission failure. Like the other inspector generals across the government, these independent watchdogs are mission-driven to save taxpayer dollars. In fact, most recent numbers tell us that the Inspector General oversight has collectively resulted in potential savings of about $93.1 billion. That is a $26 return on every dollar invested in that oversight. And I know that this needs no introduction to this committee. Both Mr. Chairman and the bill author have repeatedly cited positive statements on behalf of Mr. Sopko and SIGAR. But as one of the first moves of this President Trump illegally purged 18 inspector generals. What was the need to fire Mr. Sopko before he could complete the final forensic audit required by the statute? What about SIGAR's outstanding criminal investigations on its research or lessons learned? Already we know that putting accountability at risk. And I ask this committee to strongly consider this amendment because government and transparency and accountability is a priority for all of us here. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Johnson Amendment. You know, I was glad to work with the majority on legislation to wind down the Special Inspector General of Afghanistan Reconstruction in an orderly manner in the previous Congress. Given the impending sunset of the office, I would have to question what the rationale is to fire Mr. Sopko unless you just have a penchant, as President Trump seems to have, for firing inspector generals without proper justification. I know that Mr. Sopko's work informed much of our committee's recent work on Afghanistan, including, and I believe, Mr. Burchett's bill, and I hope that my majority colleagues would join Ms. Johnson and I in seriously examining why he and other inspector generals for agencies under our jurisdiction were summarily terminated without providing justification to the United States Congress. With that, I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'll start by answering the question that was just posed by my colleague. Why fire the Inspector General when the program was already winding down? That's an important point to make. One, that the program was already winding down. It was in last year's NDAA to wind down this program essentially by the end of this year. But why fire them? Why get rid of them? Why close this down if they're already winding down the program? Because if there's not a need to continue the CGAR, then you wind it down sooner than that. That's the purpose of winding it down sooner. That's the purpose of ending this employment. I think the CGAR was outstanding work. I wish more of my colleagues thought that the CGAR report was outstanding work. Last Congress, I chaired the Foreign Affairs Oversight Subcommittee, and I think, truthfully, I guess I say this tongue-in-cheek, jokingly, I think maybe Democrats should take some of the blame for ending Mr. Sopko's work, because I don't think very many of them read the CGAR report and certainly didn't want to pay attention to the CGAR report, so maybe that's part of the reason that we're winding this down. But to that point, it was good work that was done, but that work has come to an end. I rise in opposition of this amendment, encourage other members to vote no on this amendment, and I will ask again, are there any further comments on the amendment? Representative Perry is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I too will be voting no on this amendment. While I do think that the CGAR did outstanding work, which was often derided by my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle during the duration of his tenure. What did trouble me near the end of his tenure is the reason for Mr. Burchett's bill in the first place, the point that we're spending millions and millions of tax dollars, American tax dollars, to the Taliban every month, yet the CIGAR didn't seem to report much on that, and that's as much of an issue as anything else. Supporting our enemy, supporting those who have said they've defeated America, supporting those who abuse children and women, American tax dollars going to support that. And so, look, if you're going to take the good, you got to take the bad with the good. And if that was a bad report that the CIGAR didn't want to make, well, I appreciate that. But we need all the truth here, not just the truth that somebody wants to hear. And so I will follow the chairman in voting no
yield for a
on
moment
this.
also?
I'm sorry?
Will the gentleman yield for a moment?
Of course I will.
Thank you. And, you know, as you bring up this point again, I think it's important to recognize one of the big defining lines right now between the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which will come for a vote, and Representative Burchett's language about whether NGOs are going to report and be demanded to report about where American taxpayer dollars are going, or are we going to cover our eyes, cover our ears, cover our eyes, and just say, we don't want to know what NGOs are doing with the money. Everybody else tell us what's going on with the money, but NGOs, you don't have to tell us because you're considered an NGO, and that makes no sense. And we do know for a fact that within CIGAR, these NGOs were literally just telling the Special Investigator General, pound sand, we're not telling you. Very few of them reported back to CIGAR, and the vast majority of them just said, we're not going to tell you what we're doing, you can't make us, and that's about what Representative Burchett is changing, and I think it's why it's so important. And I'll make this point again, for when this comes up on a roll call vote, I would absolutely encourage members on both sides of the aisle to think about the ramifications of voting to say NGOs don't have to report. My colleague and my ranking member in his opening remarks pointed out that Congress has a duty to conduct oversight. And I think we all believe that Congress has a duty to conduct oversight. I believe that as well. And there's bipartisanship in that. And that has to be for entities, even if they're labeled NGO. That doesn't put some kind of special hedge of protection around them. Yes, many individuals in NGOs are doing dangerous work. There's no question about it. But that doesn't mean there is not accountability because there is dangerous work. Because in the end, I hate to use the word power, but for lack of a better word, every power or authority that we have the opportunity to wield comes from we the people. Every dollar comes from we the people, and that has to be respected above all.
And I would just, in the remaining moments, remind everybody that these NGOs likely aren't reporting to the CIGAR or anybody else because regardless of their name, they are now run by the Taliban, the Haqqani network, other terrorist organizations taking U.S. tax dollars and funneling them to other terrorist organizations or their own one, which is a reason they wouldn't report, which is a reason that we need to just end this charade and get to the business that Mr. Burchett has brought to the floor without a yield.
Do any of their members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? There being no further proceedings on this measure, there being no further amendments, further proceedings on this measure are postponed. And we'll move on to the next piece of legislation. Thank you. Very good. You're up. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2643, the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act of 2025. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2643, to require the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress regarding the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Meeks is recognized.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill forward, and for Chairman Emeritus McCall for co-leading this effort. I would also like to thank and recognize Representative Sir-Phyllis McCormick for her hard work on this legislation. I know we all get this legislation introduced soon in the Senate, though the prior Republican co-lead got a new job as Secretary of State. The jury's still out if that was a promotion or not, but we will be counting on Secretary Rubio to continue to prioritize Haiti from his new perch, and given what the chairman said earlier about oversight and bringing folks in, so I hope that we'll have Secretary Rubio here soon so that we can oversight the State Department. So, Mr. Chairman, there's no way to sugarcoat the current situation in Haiti. Approximately 1 million Haitians, including 700,000 children, have now been forced out of their homes by gang violence. In 2024, gangs killed more than 5,600 innocent Haitians, with a further 2,212 people injured and 1,494 kidnapped for ransom. Gang activity is no longer confined to the outskirts of Port-au-Prince, expanding to cities and regions of the country once free from such violence. We ignore the ongoing crisis in Haiti at our own peril. Gangs able to outgun the Haitian National Police in multinational security support mission continue to launch heavily armed attacks on ports, highways, critical infrastructure, police stations, courthouses, prisons, hospitals, businesses, and neighborhoods. They have committed gruesome massacres against civilians, even senior citizens, and for more than a year now, they have dictated Haiti's security and political situation. But not everyone in Haiti has suffered at the hands of gangs. Some members of the political and economic elite have enabled, armed, and benefited from the unrest in Haiti and are just as culpable as the gangs for this ongoing crisis. We have a duty to make sure that we identify and hold accountable those who fuel their country's chaos for their own profit. That is why I reintroduced the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act, which passed this committee and the House unanimously in the last Congress. My bill requires the State Department to develop a report detailing the ties between the political and economic elite in Haiti and the criminal gangs that have run roughshod over the country. Should the State Department find criminal collusion between members of Haiti's political and economic elite and the gangs, the legislation would impose sanctions on those individuals, enabling the anarchy and suffering in Haiti. The bill would also deny entry to the United States to those who are found to support gang activity, who also support kidnappings and rape to control and silence communities and coerce youth in and around the Port-au-Prince into the service of criminal activity. We cannot allow the gang leaders and those that support them to walk around with impunity. We must show the people of Haiti that they can chart a secure, stable, and democratic path and not allow the gangs to rule and dictate the reality on the ground. The United States must hold accountable those that try to travel back and forth from Haiti and engage in heinous criminal activity. So I thank the chairman. I thank Chairman Emeritus McCall. I thank Representatives Fitzpatrick, Lawler, and Sir-Phyllis McCormick for supporting this measure, and I ask that everyone else do the same. We could not allow these individuals to go with and run around with impunity. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Sir-Phyllis McCormick.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Ranking Member Meeks and Chairman Emeritus McCall for introducing this bipartisan piece of legislation, which is truly important to not just me, but also my constituents. Armed criminal gangs with the promotion of cartels continue to wreak havoc across Haiti, fanning the flames of worsening humanitarian crisis that has left children hungry. By shining a light on the connection between violent criminal enterprises and Haiti's corrupt political and economic leaders, this critical legislation will better address the chaos that has engulfed Haiti. It is our responsibility as neighbors and allies of Haiti, as Americans, to help Haiti strengthen its institutions and preserve the rule of law. The instability cannot continue any longer. This bill empowers the Haitian people in their fight against not only the gangs, but also the cartels that finance, equip, and profit from the ongoing instability in Haiti. When Haiti is stable and firmly rooted in democracy, both Haitians and Americans benefit tremendously, including the entire hemisphere. Immigration will be reduced and the region will also be more stable. Once again, I sincerely thank Ranking Member Meeks and the Chair Emeritus McCall and also Chairman Mast for supporting this legislation and bringing us one step closer to ending this nightmare for the entire region. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Recognizing myself for 5 minutes, I rise in support of H.R. 2643, the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act of 2025, and I thank the members for their work on this important piece of legislation. Haitian green card holders are an important part of the American diaspora and certainly the Florida diaspora as well. This bill, it requires the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress detailing ties between the criminal gangs that are destroying life in Haiti and political and economic elites within Haiti that are benefiting from these criminal gangs. A list of the prominent Haitian gangs, their leaders, their criminal activities, areas of operation, political and economic elites, again, with links to them that might be supporting them, you name it. This is directly off of our shores, and it's important that we pay attention to this issue, and this is certainly one example of Congress's demonstration that we will pay attention to what is going on there. In that, I will ask one more time, do any other representatives seek recognition? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 2643 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will recess until 2 p.m., at which point we will reconvene to vote on the postponed measures. Further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 24 offered by Representative Jacobs to H.R. 2619, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. The chair recommends a no vote. Mr. Issa is having issues with his technology, so we're just... Is Connolly here, or is he having an issue with this thing? No, he's not here. Okay. A couple of them seem to have battery issues or something.
We had that in financial services the other day.
I see that. Is Kane changing his battery as well? Because he hasn't voted.
Just say to let the clerk say how is Mr. Issa reported and Mr. Kane, and then they can voice how they're reported.
Very good. How is Mr. Kane reported?
He's not reported. Mr. Kane votes no.
How is Mr. Issa reported?
He's not reported. Issa votes no.
Have all members voted? They did it by voice. Does any member wish to change their vote? We're good on that? The voice counts? Yes? Good? All right. The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 27.
Very good. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 2619 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Maybe. I move that the committee report H.R. 2619 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion
Mr.
is
Chair,
agreed to.
on that, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. How is Mr. Kane reported?
He's not recorded. Mr.
How
Kane
is-
votes yes.
How is Mr. Issa reported?
He's recorded yes.
And how is Mr. Davidson reported?
He's not recorded. Mr. Davidson votes aye.
We have them all? Do you have Mr. Kane recorded? Very good. All right. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 45 and the noes are 6.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended, and as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 2683 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. How is Mr. Davidson reported?
Mr. Davidson is not recorded. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Stole the words right out of my mouth. It's a good Florida Miami Dolphins reference. Yes. Very good. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally. On this vote, the ayes are 51, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 22 offered by Representative Meeks to H.R. 260, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Let's call the vote. Let's call it. Call it.
How is Mr. Davidson reported?
Mr. Davidson's not reported. Mr. Davidson votes no.
How is Mr. Baird reported?
Mr. Baird votes aye. Mr. Baird votes no.
Why you make him change his vote?
I didn't make any vote. We're going to ask Doge, who created this system. There's 4, Mr. Moskowitz. There's 4. So. We just figured New Jersey and California vote the same. Are we all recorded? Are we all recorded? All right. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Mr. Baird, you need to know how you're recorded? Yeah.
He's a no.
All right. Very good. Mr. Baird is recorded as a no. You are good with that? Okay. The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the noes are 28, the ayes are 24.
Very good. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 2 offered by Representative Johnson to H.R. 260, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. How is Representative Baird recorded?
Representative Baird's not recorded. Representative Baird votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 28.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that committee report H.R. 260 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Without objection. There we go. This concludes consideration of the members noticed by the committee for today. I want to thank all of the members for participating, and I now yield to Ranking Member Meeks for any closing comments that he may have.
Just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we did this in a very orderly and timely fashion for our first markup. Look forward to continuing to work with you and having Secretary Rubio before us soon. Thank you. Yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his comments and his work, and the members of the committee across the aisle for working on these bills. There being no further business to transact, the committee stands adjourned.